This is a day in the life of a dog groomer at Grand Style Dog Grooming in Tampa, Florida. If you want to see what really goes on behind the scenes in a pet grooming salon, join our all-day, everyday live streams Monday through Saturday. All right, let's get busy. So I'm starting my day with Micah, the Shetland sheepdog. Here we go. He's a very pretty boy. Got beautiful ears. Love his little ears. Let's see, we're going to use this on you. Yeah, it's a good boy. So when I use the shampoo system, I use diluted shampoo to wet the dog down. That way I know the shampoo has reached all the way to the skin, all over the dog. Good boy, Micah. This way. It's okay, Micah. Turn this way. You're all right. He can be a wee bit of a nervous Nelly. It's his second time here. It's a very sensitive little dog. Aren't you? He's a sensitive boy. So on this dog, she likes his underline trimmed up and his pants trimmed up good. He likes to run around in the yard and really kick the dust up, you know. So she likes him tighter underneath. That is gray under there. Let's see if we can get that a little whiter. Let's see. Does not want to go white. Maybe he's got natural gray there. I don't know. It's all right, Micah. You're fine. That's a good boy. This is conditioner. Powers it right down to the skin. Cat is working on a senior Lhasa Apso who's vocal. You guys haven't met this dog yet because it's one of Cat's clients, but she's a sweetie. I'll try to show her to you in a bit since we have some Lhasa Apso lovers on the channel. Good boy. Come here. Good boy. This is disinfectant. Don't forget to watch for Dee Dee in the doghouse today. The first one to find Dee Dee in the doghouse will get put up on the screen. Kind of like... show you in a second. Like this. Come on, buddy. So when I get a dog like this out of the tub, I wrap them in a towel and I put them on top of a folded up towel. And by the time I get them back out, both of those towels are soaked. And then put them on another towel and wrap them in another dry towel. And that's what helps me to really get these dogs dry faster. So the doghouse is right here. This is where you'll find Dee Dee at. Dee Dee will be in the doghouse if they join us today. We're gonna have fun with Dee Dee. We're gonna turn that frown upside down. Or that thumb. So those of you who watch dog groomers regularly on YouTube, one thing I want you guys to watch for is how many dog groomers don't wrap the dog's head, but they've got earphones on to protect their own ears from the noise. Pay attention to that. I see it a lot. And I'm like, why are you protecting your own ears and not the dogs? The dogs have such better hearing than you do. You know? That doesn't seem right. often hear me talk about how the guard hair growth gets stunted when you scissor into it, which is fine if you want to keep the underline trimmed up. You know, we just keep scissoring it back up to that line. This is just for informational purposes, which this dog's owner and I had the conversation before I did it the first time, that, you know, and this is what we call coat damage. It's not necessary. I'm going to stop using the word damage, because if somebody wants their dog trimmed up, we're not damaging the coat. We are simply creating this line here. So if you did it on the trunk of the body, it really alters the coat in a sense of the undercoat becomes more profuse and it sticks out past the outer coat. And that's kind of what you see here, but on the underline it's not as detrimental. So let me zoom you in so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. See if it'll show. It's kind of hard to see. There it is. So you can literally see the line where I scissored him last time, and it was all brought up to that line. These hairs have been stunted, so these aren't growing, but this bit of undercoat is coming out past it. And then the legs grew back normal, you know, all this grew back normal. This grew back normal. You just see it right here where these harsher guard hairs are coming down. See if we see any on this side. Yeah, you can really see it on this side as well. So this is how far up I scissored him. Turn him better. Come here. And this is what I'm explaining to people. So if you decide you don't like it trimmed up the next time, it can take up to 7 years for these to drop back down. So that's when I explain that, that's what we're explaining. You can also see it here. So you can see where I scissored the line. You can see these sparse undercoat hairs growing back past. And if you scissored the whole body, you would have that all over. But because we're just doing the underline, overall he stays looking really nice. But when they're ready to be trimmed again, you just bring these hairs back up to the line. With my hand behind it, you can really see it. So these hairs here have been stunted. So now we're going to bring them back up in line. And trim his entire underline. And his pants. And his chest. Get his earplugs out before I forget. Don't want to leave these in when he goes home. I don't use them on everybody, but if a dog's going to be more nervous about the noise, or if it's a senior, or a dog that maybe I want to use the high velocity dryer on the head at the end without the wraps, I put those in. And I think it's always fair. Sometimes clients think that I am being oppositional to what they're asking for, or that I don't want to do what they're asking for, when all I'm trying to do is educate them before I do it the first time, because it takes so long for it to grow back if you decide you don't like it, right? I think it's only fair to warn people, even if the damage isn't that significant. I shouldn't say damage. The change in the coat is not that significant. I think I should get permission and have clarity before we do it the first time. And people always look at me with this glazed look over their face when I'm trying to explain it. So, you know, I want to try to create some good visuals so that there's a good understanding of what I'm talking about. And some dogs it'll happen in the leg hair and the pants hair as well. This dog, it's just on the side coat, basically in the chest. I'll be right back. I'm coming. You stay there. Don't jump out. Have they recommended any medicated shampoos for his skin? No, you don't want to use a whitening shampoo. That's not good for his skin. You're going to use medicated. That's not medicated either. So more of the antibacterial, antifungal shampoos would help. Okay. Sometimes I hear the most interesting things from vets. They say his staining is from allergies. But they don't recommend any sort of medicated shampoo at all. Look at his tummy. I mean, that's allergies. But no medicated shampoo at all. Yeah, that's what I said. Oh, boo-boo. What's the matter? All right, Mr. Micah. You ready? Come on. What a good boy. Maxwell's here. He's announced his arrival. Hey, Kat, since your next dog doesn't get here to 9:30, let me get you to start Maxwell and just get what you can done in time to disinfect your table for your next one.
Okay, what do you want me to do for him?
Wash them and start to dry them.
Okay. Any special?
No, since their vet doesn't recommend it. Actually, yeah, go ahead. It's the right thing to do. I use the Micah Hex or whatever it is. And the oatmeal conditioner. So basically why these hairs get stunted, the coarse guard hairs, is the way this profuse coat grows. The outer coat is a protective layer, and it grows to a certain length and stops. And it doesn't rotate. So it doesn't shed out and grow again, shed out and grow again, shed out and grow again, like some of your other coats do. The protective outer layer grows so far down and stops. Your undercoat is what sheds out and grows again, sheds out and grows again, sheds out and grows again. So if you cut the hair that grows to a certain length and stops and doesn't shed out and regrow and doesn't continually grow all the way to the ground, but only grows just so far, period, that hair oftentimes does not grow back. And if it does, like, it might have a shedding cycle of every 7 years, and that's when you see it come back, right? That's not all of them, but it's quite a few. And the ones, like they say the alopecia that this type of dog or a Pomeranian would get, or a Chow or a Great Pyrenees or any of those type of dogs, there's alopecia and there's post-clipping alopecia. And they even say that post-clipping alopecia is a health-related problem, more so than the clipping, but it only shows up after the clipping, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And there's not a whole lot of study that's been done on it, but they're now starting to finally study it in relation to human alopecia. And so they're finally taking a closer look at the dog alopecia. And one thing I read on it, and it was in a study, and it had to do with human hair and dog's hair and mice hair, and they were doing different things. And it said that the follicle atrophies when it gets shocked. And the shock can come from the shaving. And once it's shaved, it shocks it into dying, the actual follicle. It like dissipates, and it can never regrow because it's been shocked. And that made a lot of sense to me. And that was the only thing that I've really seen that did make sense to me. And it was a scientific paper, and I thought I saved it in my notes, and I might have it. I hope I did, because sometimes you find things and then you can never find them again. So I'm pretty sure I saved it in my notes. I hope I did. I try to save really interesting stuff like that so I can reference back to it later. But it was a really interesting read, and it was in a scientific paper. So I found it fascinating. But there's so little information out there on some of these subjects, you know. And one of the most interesting ones I found wasn't in a dog-related thing. It was in chinchillas, from a thing in Russia where they were growing furs, and it was explaining the way that the coats grow, and the outer layer and the protective layer, and it just gave a really good description of, you know, the coat type. Something I was looking up on that. I was spending hours just doing a deep dive into it. Trying to understand the whys and wherefores of it, you know, why it happens, especially with the post-clipping alopecia. But even the scissoring, that's what I was trying to dive into, is why when you scissor a coat, does it still stop growing certain hairs? Not just the atrophy of the follicle when you shave it, but why when you scissor it? Because people always say, take them as short as you can without causing any adverse effects. And I'm like, I can't touch the hair on a dog like this without causing some sort of adverse effect. So like if you were going to do this dog's hair shorter now and say I want to show him later, it's like, no, we don't touch it now, you know, except around the feet and the ears, period. There's no take them as short as you can without affecting the coat. That doesn't exist. And I hear that all the time when I'm trying to explain it to a pet parent. All the time. But this is what we usually end up with. If somebody gives me that, then this is the trim I do, because I'll do the least amount of damage. Shouldn't say damage. The least amount of change to the coat by doing this. So like if I scissored these hair here, these would stop growing right here. So it's better to leave these a little longer and let them blend down in, because you wouldn't want that definite line right there, would you? That would stay with him for years. So I'm going to leave that and let it grow down. If it were white, I wouldn't mind, but with the coloring, it's like it would be a stark contrast. So these really pretty ears that you see on this dog, these don't happen by chance. You see the way they tilt forward? That is a proper ear set for a Sheltie, but it is something that has to be encouraged in the dog. So it's natural. But when they're going through teething, on many breeds, the ears have to be protected from going straight up or flopping altogether. So the breeders have techniques that protect the ears during teething to keep them tilted down. Otherwise, as nicely high as his ears are, he would have had straight up ears if they wouldn't have protected him during teething. That happens a lot with wire fox terriers, Welsh terriers, Kerry blue terriers, even Wheatons. So they just keep the ears set until the dog's about 6 months old. From the time they're like 3 months old or 4 months old till they're 6 months old, just to get them past teething, because teething will definitely alter the ear set for sure. So if you ever get a puppy like this and the breeder says we need to do this, that, or the other thing with his ears, listen to them. Because I've seen so many people go buy a really nice quality dog. Don't listen to the breeder and say, oh, I don't want to do that. And then they come back a year later and they say, why are my dog's ears straight up? Or why are my dog's ears hanging like a hound dog? It's because you didn't listen. You didn't take the advice. I almost want to trim those pieces, but then I don't. Ugh. And that is called ear setting. And it doesn't hurt the dog at all. Does absolutely nothing that could hurt the dog if you set the ears. It's not like cropping or anything like that. It's just setting them. And his breeder did a lovely job with his. Those pieces are hanging down past. I'm going to lightly take the edges of them and hope for the best. Decisions, decisions. That's better. Good boy. Turn, turn. What a handsome boy. You did so good. Yes, you did. So I told you about that technique that I wanted to try with my feet that I saw at the dog show. Didn't see somebody doing it. I just saw a dog's feet and it gave me a little insight to what they were doing. So I took a 40 blade up under the toenails to lift up the front of the foot to make the front of the foot look tighter. So all up in here, I took my 40. And then I watched another video not too long ago with a golden retriever, and it showed them shaving up the sides of the foot with a 40, which I did do, but only right here, because I've been finding when I do it too far back, I end up with a notch right here. So I don't want that notch behind the front foot. So I wasn't able to get his front feet up as high because his toenails are a little longer, but I think if his toenails were shorter there, I'd be able to get that foot lifted up a bit too. But trying to change my technique there so that when we get the show dogs in that I want to create really nice feet on, we can get their feet nice and upright and looking like nice little cat paws. Just a new little technique I'm playing with, but it really gave him a nice little angle right here. So I like it. Always playing with new techniques. All right, I'm going to go put him up and text his mama, get ready for the next one. And there's the senior Lhasa that I told you guys about. Her name is Gizmo. She's one of Kat's clients. She's a cutie, isn't she? And Kat does such a nice job with her. Alright, let's come back in here and start cleaning and disinfecting. I like for my clients to be able to see the disinfection process between each dog as much as possible. Sometimes I'll let you guys watch the dogs while I'm doing this, but I like to be able to show this because it's important for people to have confidence. Sorry, you probably can't hear me real good. There, that's better. I want people to have confidence that the tools are disinfected between each dog. And the only way they can have complete confidence is to see it with their own eyes. Sounds like an Ace is here. Am I that late already? Nah, not that bad. time to finish. Maxwell. So Maxwell's already had a medicated bath to help with his allergy issues. He's been partially dried. I'm going to finish drying him. I'll be back. Behave. Yes, I love you too. I love you too. Yes, I do. Stay. So before I start clipping his pads, I could tell through the hair that they were quite red. He's got allergy issues. So once I clip the hair off, I'm not going to use a real close blade, but you may be able to see the redness underneath. try to leave a little bit more hair when they have red pads, when I can. So when I say red pads, I don't mean the pad itself, but the skin in between. Hold still, Bubba. So you can see how red this one is. A lot of times people think it's the groomer causing the redness, but we're not. We're just exposing it. It's already there. As you can see. And a lot of times people will say, oh, well, you burned his pads. No, we didn't. 90% of the time, dogs come in with red pads. But they don't look red to the pet parent when they come in because they have hair covering it. They need the hair clipped away because otherwise it's like they're running around in their socks. And if you have tile or wood floors, your dog's going to injure himself running with his socks on. Especially if he's jumping down off something, he's going to hurt himself. It's also important if you need to treat these paws with medications. Keeping the hair away helps you to see what you need to treat, and it helps you to access it. I follow different pet parent groups on Facebook and see stuff like this posted all the time, bashing the groomer, and it's really unfair. And I hope by doing these live streams, for those of you who are in these groups, can give you a better perspective of what you're seeing. It's the same with tummies. His tummy's in pretty good shape today, but it's really dry under there. He might be a good candidate to look into the collagen idea that's recommended for dogs with allergies. Because his skin's so dry, it might help give it more elasticity. Something for pet parents to study out on their own and decide if giving collagen. Also ask the vet always if collagen might be a good idea. I love you, Maxwell. I do. I love that crazy dog. Yes, I love that crazy dog. I love that crazy dog. He's a crazy dog. He's a crazy dog. Yes, he is. He's just a crazy boy. Ah, good boy. Yes. Good boy. Good boy. That's very nice. Good boy. Yes. Good boy. Yes. Good boy. That's very good. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. That's it. That's very nice. I like it when you sit still. You sure do. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good. Very good. Very good boy. See? You know how to sit still. Yes, you do. So they want to try to clip off the yellow today. Vet said the yellow is caused by allergies. Good boy. Good. Very nice. That's a very good boy. turn. Good. Very good boy. So I've only known a few dogs in my career that had yellowed stains as opposed to like reddish stains from the licking. And the yellowed stains were never in areas where a dog could lick. And I haven't seen it, gosh, in 25, 30 years. It's probably the last time I saw a dog with that. And I think both were poodles. And their head, ears, cheeks, those areas were stained bright yellow and had the appearance of allergies. And since then, I can usually tell if a dog is going to have a head shaking allergy reaction in their ears if they have like a yellowish, it's not a discharge and it's not like yeast, but it's like a wax that's more yellowed in the ear. And if I see that, then they're going to have a head shaking event if you put anything in their ears. They get really agitated. So now it's got my wheel spinning on the whys and wherefores of it. Is it a different type of yeast than what you normally see? Is it, you know, like what is it? But the couple that I saw it on way back, different dogs, different families, you know, it was really odd because of the way, and they would get it on their lower legs too, but they'd get it in areas where they couldn't lick, like here. It's like there's no way they licked themselves here. Why is it yellow from this allergy sort of thing? So it's interesting, the things that make you go, Good. Very good boy. Good. They want his ears taken up quite a bit. He's going to look cute with short ears. And since I haven't seen that other type in so long, it almost makes my mind wander to could it have been some sort of Demodex type of mites? Because the last time I saw it was before we started using so many of the internal flea medications and stuff. And since those things have been around, we don't see demodectic mange anymore, you know, or an overabundance of mites, because they're being taken care of and kept in balance by all the internal flea and heartworm medications that didn't used to exist. So it almost makes my mind go there. The things groomers think about while they're working on dogs. Just thinking out loud. Nothing else to talk about. Good boy. Good, Nat. Good. Very good. So his vet may be onto something, because under the yellow areas there is redness. And when you look really closely at each hair, it almost looks like a coating on the hair where the yellow is. So I think, personally, if it were my dog, I would be using an antibacterial, antifungal shampoo at least twice a week for 4 weeks, and then go to like every bath once a week or so from there on. That's what I would do for my dog. But his vet didn't recommend any medicated shampoos. So, and some vets, when they're dealing with similar things, like dermatology specialists, will actually say wash the dog every day in the medicated shampoo. And some of the medicated shampoos say 4 times a week for a month. So, but that's for different types of presentations, you know. And there must be a reason why the vet didn't want to do it with him. So I'm not suggesting that it should be done with him. But if he were my dog, I'd do it anyway. Because I like to hit it with all I've got. It's not a very good saying, but my mother always used to say, kill 'em or cure 'em. But that's not what we want to do. But that was her famous saying. But she was born during the Depression era, and it was old school thinking, you know. But what she meant by that was, hit it with all you've got. Kind of like that old saying, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not a very good saying to say. Good. 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 Good boy. So I'm trying to remember as I work on him to only give him attention for the behaviors I want and not for the behaviors I don't want. Takes a little more time doing it that way, but it works. Because that's all he's trying to do is get my attention. And the vet did say that his issue is internal, not external, which is why he didn't recommend the medicated shampoos. But the external presentation of the redness, in my mind, can lead, because we've seen him get the lesions on his tummy and stuff, it can lead to secondary infections. So even though the start of the issue is internal, when it presents externally and the skin gets broken, it leads to other things. And that's what the medicated shampoos do, is they help to combat what sets in to the broken skin. So you can have fungus or bacteria set into broken skin, and then it's both internal and external. So I guess that's what I try to, because I'm a groomer, I'm also a certified canine esthetician, and because I'm a groomer, I deal with the external presentations, you know, in the sense of what I can do as his esthetician. I have nothing to do with the internal. I can't treat, I can't medicate, but if I see something that I can do externally as the person who cares for his skin here, then I do the best I can, which is why we soaked him in a medicated shampoo today. So groomers can't go any deeper than the top of the skin. That's all we can do. And we can't suggest or recommend to anybody what they should do medically. So sometimes I'll say what I would do if it were my dog, and then say, talk to your vet. And if your vet disagrees, you follow your vet. And if you think your vet is, if you question your vet, then I recommend seeing a specialist like a veterinary dermatologist or getting a second opinion. I think his vet's on the right track, you know, identifying the yellow as allergies. At first I was like, huh, but then I started remembering back in the day, you know, and what I see in the ears. And then when he was wet, I could see under, you know, what's under the yellow. And it's like, okay, that makes sense. I just like to talk about what I see and what I think and, you know, things that I've seen in the past and put them all together because it might help somebody somewhere get an idea of what they, you know, see themselves. And it's fun seeing so many different dogs and getting feedback from so many different vets. That, you know, I just find it fascinating. That's a good boy. I used to have one veterinary dermatologist. He's been retired in Tampa for years, but he was around all the while I was growing up, and you know, he was just a really, really, really cool vet, specialized in dermatology. And I had a vet close to my salon, not the one now, but an older salon, a different vet, who was terrible at skin. I mean, he was terrible. Like, oh my gosh, made you cringe. He was so bad at skin. So I would always refer my clients to Dr. Wolf. And Dr. Wolf was reasonably priced, very knowledgeable, excellent dermatologist. And so, you know, every time one of my regular clients came in that went to this other vet, I'm like, get a second opinion from Dr. Wolf. He's fantastic. He'll do this, this, and this on the way in. And, you know, he'll really let you know. And he did. It was fantastic. And so the cool thing about Dr. Wolf, because I sent him so many people, and he was in his 80s back then, every time one of my clients would leave his office, this vet would get on the phone and call me. And he would say, okay, this is, you know, what was going on. This is what I found. This is how it presented. And he would educate me. And I thought that that was like so cool because, you know, I never met him face to face, but I got several phone calls from him. And he would thank me for the referral, and then we would discuss the dog and the client. And, you know, not in a negative way whatsoever. It was all positive. So cool. One of my regular clients now, back then had a Shetland sheepdog, and the Shetland sheepdog had demodectic mange. And again, this is back before our, you know, flea and tick and heartworm medications, the internal ones, took care of stuff like that. And this dog, I swore till I die, had demodectic mange. And the vet that I didn't like on skin kept saying, nope, he doesn't have demodectic mange. And I'm like telling the pet parent, this is before I learned that you shouldn't do this. You know, it was back in the day when I was, you know, not as well educated and not telling clients things like that, you know, like adamantly. But I kind of had to because their vet wasn't doing anything, right? But, you know, sometimes I couldn't even groom the dog because it was so bad. And so they'd say, no, he did a skin scraping. We've had it skin scraped this many times. It's not demodectic mange. The vet insists it's definitely not. And I'm like, so finally they took him to Florida Veterinary Specialties. Turned out, sure enough, it was so severe. I mean, you couldn't even imagine at this point. And this, you know, like a year had gone by where this dog was just in such bad shape, going to the vet constantly. And it turned out it was deep-rooted, like deep layer demodectic mange. And it was so deep that the top of the skin scraping from the top wasn't showing it because it was so deeply burrowed. And, you know, he got cured up after that, got totally fixed. But it took a while, poor boy. I mean, just oozing open holes in his skin. I don't know if you've ever seen bad demodectic mange. It can get really, really, really nasty. But it presented so obvious, you know, I mean, it was obvious to the eye, to a layperson. And the vet was just like, "Nah, it's not that, so don't know what to do." There was another one, she kept getting ulcers in her eye, and I forget how her skin was presenting, but I ended up sending her to the dermatologist because of how she was presenting, but she constantly got ulcers in her eyes as well. And same vet that was beside me was not fixing her at all. So I recommended her over there too, and that was one of the ones he called me on. And that was Wolf Animal Hospital back in the day, not Florida Veterinary Specialties. And that was one of the ones he called me on. And turned out that she was diabetic, which wasn't diagnosed. And the diabetes and the depleting in her system was causing the chronic eye ulcers. And because her system was like haywire, and it was also affecting her skin. So she got treated for her diabetes, the eye ulcers stopped, and her skin got back in order. Craziness. So now when I see certain things with dogs and they're getting chronic eye ulcers like over and over and over again, you know, sometimes you need to figure out what their health problem is other than that that's causing it. Of course, we can't do that on our own. We need good vets, for sure. And there's plenty of good vets out there. But if your vet isn't fixing what you need them to fix, then it's good to get a second opinion, for sure. I miss some of the old school farms type vets. You know, that common sense practicing of medicine. It was completely different. All right, little man. If your people are watching, they can come on in. Yeah. Good. Good. You notice every time he hears good, he sits down. Good boy. Good. Good. That's a good dog. You are a very good boy today. I'm very proud of you. Yes, I am. Little wild man. You little wild man. You look like a puppy with your short ears. You notice how he's trying to do different things to get my attention, the laying down. Good. Good boy. Good boy. So I'm trying to work with him on not being so grabby and popping up. Good boy. Good boy. Yes. Good. See how he's doing different things that he knows get him good boys? So when he's standing up on me, I'm looking away. Good. And when he sits, I give him eye contact. Good boy. And pets. I'm trying not to touch him when he's bouncing. Good boy. One more time. Good. So he gets the attention when he makes the right decision. And he gets no attention when he makes the wrong decision. Right? Good dog. You're very handsome. All right, let's go put you up. Text your people and make you a bandana. Maltese can be funny little dogs, can't they? Gizmo, the Lhsa's owner, has a Maltese named Sadie that acts just like Maxwell and sounds just like Maxwell. He heard Maxwell and he's like, it sounds just like Sadie. I said, it's a Maltese too. And he's like, no way. You wild man. Good boy. Your little face looks adorable. Yeah. I like that kind of face when you cut them short. Looks more balanced. This can't be the right time. No, it's not. I saw 12:48 and I'm like, no. I'm like, I know I'm behind, but
That's time work type behind.
see, you guys are talking about supplements. I don't give my dogs any supplements at all. But the collagen thing was something I definitely want to look into. Because it makes sense on what I see with a lot of the dog's skin. It just made sense to me. But I have no real knowledge about it. I haven't even really looked into it yet. Aside from one article. And you never know if those articles are being written by the company who wants to sell you something. So I take that with a grain of salt until I study it out. All right, let's get Ace. Ace's pet parents want his body clipped really short. And then we're growing some furnishings on his legs, which I'm very happy about. Hey, buddy. Look at what a good boy you're being. Being so quiet and good. Yeah. Yeah, you're being quiet and good. So proud of you. Okay, I take it back. I take it back, Ace. That leash is not yours. Your daddy is not here. He's not. It's not for you. I promise. I promise it's not yours. No, it's not yours. That's another person out there. It's not your person. Good boy. Yeah. All right, here we go. I'm going to use a 10 blade on his back today. That's as short as I can go. Good dog. All right, turn. Turn. All right, wait right there. Good puppy. You're all right. When Ace was a puppy, he could be a grouchy little guy. I didn't start grooming him till he was, I guess, about 10 months old. And he had already had several experiences. And he wouldn't let me do his legs at all without getting really grouchy. And then one day, it just flipped like a light switch. And I was live streaming that day. And it started off really rough. And then he had a change of heart. And I told you guys that day, I'll never have trouble from him again. You know, except for maybe a little grouchy episode over the toenails or something. But not like I was having then. I said I'll never have trouble with him again. Just like I said on Gidget, the blonde Yorkie. I said one day, I said, okay, we just hit the point where we're not going to have any more trouble. And we haven't. And she did let me know that she did not give her Benadryl yesterday for her car sickness. That she wasn't on anything yesterday, which was good because I was curious. Because she said that the vet said give her Benadryl for car sickness. So I thought she had had it yesterday, but she didn't. So I was happy that her progress was real progress and not the Benadryl talking, you know what I'm saying? But it's neat when you hit that point with the dog's behavior, you can tell instantly by the feel under your hands that you just had a breakthrough with them. And it's a beautiful thing, isn't it? Mm-hmm. That's a good boy. And it's so neat when you can see it when I'm live streaming. You can literally see it happen. It's like the dog's whole body just goes. Whether it's a grouchy Shih Tzu laying its head in your hand or a fighting puppy just kind of slumping into you, cuddling, you know. You always feel it. Right, Ace? Let me see your feet. His feet are his hardest for him. Okay. And he's so funny because when his dad drops him off, he screams bloody murder as I'm carrying him into the back. I mean, not just crying, he screams. Don't you? He's like, I'm gonna die, Dad. Don't leave me. I'm gonna die. You don't know what she does to me back there, Dad. Don't let her take me. It's hilarious, honestly. And it's a blood-curdling scream sometimes. It's like embarrassing. And then all the while we're back here making friends and making breakthroughs. Sometimes these puppies lie to their pet parents. They do. You're not being honest, buddy. What was neat that day with him too is I backed off of what I was doing and just completely stopped working on him when he was being oppositional. And I was just standing there talking to you guys in the chat. And then I'm like, okay, well, let me try again. And because I stopped and just let him sit on the table for like a good 5 minutes, he realized I wasn't making him do it, I think. And then he's like, oh, you're not making me, you're not forcing me. And then he just like was, okay, you can do it now. It was really neat. It's not your people out there. That's another client, not your daddy. Is that Fredo? I don't remember you being on the book today, Fredo. Hello. I'm sorry. Oh. Who? Huh. Yeah, go ahead and wash and towel dry him. She might just be running late. He's been real sick and he just got over major surgery. Yeah, she called and let us know in between. I should have let you know. Because
I know he had, the last time that I saw him, she had mentioned he was going through some stuff.
yeah, so he's finally got his stitches out and feeling better. So hopefully he's okay today. But she drives a little bit of distance, so she might just be stuck in traffic. Fredo's always vocal in the bathtub. That's normal for him. Just as normal. Maxwell's owners were very happy that the live streams were back. And I was happy they were happy. My clients have grown quite accustomed to this. Which is nice. I think it's a nice service to offer them. Especially with so many bad stories out there sometimes. Dear. Is that better? Especially when you have one do blood-curdling screams when you leave them, like this one. You surely must worry what's going on back there. It's funny too how all the naughty ones end up all our favorites, including mine. They're the more challenging ones, but they're also the most rewarding. He's one of those that the air tickles his ears with the blow dryer. So I put cotton in his ears for that. It's not so much the noise, it's just the feeling of the air, I think. Right, buddy? So I just take these little cotton rounds or squares, either one. I use real organic cotton because I like the real cotton, not fake cotton. And I break it down to a size that fits their ear. And then you can just mold it right in there. Get it in good and deep. Big enough to get out easily, but small enough to really pack down in the ear.
What a good boy. He's a good boy. Good baby. Yeah. See, that wasn't so bad, was it? No, that wasn't so bad. We take good care of the puppies. Yes, we do. We take such good care of the puppies. Yeah. We make the puppies happy. Yeah, see? He's a nice puppy. Yeah. All right. Let's get you finished. And you can go home. And then your daddy really will be here. Yeah. It'll be your turn. Here we go.
So I was reading an interesting post. Actually, the comments were really interesting. So this was in a Groomers for Hire Facebook group. And I keep an eye in there for any good potential people looking for work. And, just keep my eyes open. Because I'm ready to bring somebody in if I find the right person. So, anyway, this was from somebody who's buying a franchise that's not established yet. They're building a franchise grooming salon, and they're not groomers, they're investors. And so they were asking the different groomers in that group what they would be looking for and what would be important to them as groomers getting a job, and what they would want to make it a good job. And I found the comments very interesting, so I've been following the thread, just like, that's, just for feedback. And one of the groomers said that they really would want an overhead bar on their table with belly bands to hold the dog up. And I'm like, well, you're missing out. I didn't say anything. I just left it alone. But letting the dogs lie down is huge in their comfort level and their acceptance of what you're doing sometimes. And I say that all the time. And you guys always see I let the harness down every time I blow dry a head. 95% of the time. If I'm going to blow dry a head, I let it have a big J in the leash so they have enough room to lay down. Or, which dog was it yesterday? I did almost the whole groom with the dog laying down because that was what she needed to feel confident. She, if I would have tried to have her stand up through the whole groom, she would have been slouching in that belly band, leaning into it, or slumping, and she would have been very uncomfortable and would have been more oppositional. So by getting almost the whole groom done laying down, then at the very end, I could ask her to stand and build her confidence over time. Letting this dog lay down, I can do a lot of work on him laying down, and because he did have some issues in the beginning, I want him to find comfort on the table. Therefore, laying down is not a problem. And so, I like to demonstrate that and talk about it as much as I can because it's huge. Like Wolfie, the Yorkie, I think he's coming today, by the way. Don't quote me on that, but I think so. But Wolfie has to lay down for the parts that he's scared of. And if he doesn't get to lay down, then he gets worked up. So, and I see so many groomers using belly bands, and I think to myself, you're just missing out. It's not that it's good or bad. You're just missing out. And I heard one groomer describe it one time that it's for the safety of the dog to keep them from falling off the table if you have them noosed here and around the waist. But, you know, a lot of training goes into, if you have your same clients all the time, it goes into how the dog behaves on the table too. But if you're working in a corporate type setting where you've got 6 tables in one room, you've got cage free with dogs running all over the floor and, you know, standing up on the edge of your table, and you've got blow dryers in that room going, I can see being more nervous about the dog being able to stay on the table effectively. Sometimes I forget that aspect because of the way I work, but that is a thing. And I always try to have my table pushed up against a wall for added safety too. And I forget that. You know, a lot of groomers, their tables are out in the middle of the floor with 6 or 8 groomers all around them. That's hard. That's a whole nother animal in control. And then I hear groomers say that certain ones say they never use any restraint on any dog ever. And I'm like, I would be so uncomfortable with that. Like, oh my gosh, like nothing ever? I don't think I could do that. To me, that would be unsafe. You're fine. It's all right. One groomer put in there, which I kind of agree with, but she put in there that she would want no phone calls, only texts with clients, and to tell the clients no phone calls. I'm like, okay, that's a funny one. Most of the groomers had really good suggestions, though. Ergonomic equipment, electric tables, and areas that make washing the bigger dogs easier. Good quality, high velocity dryers, stand dryers, anti-fatigue mats, all that kind of stuff, which is all stuff we provide. Electric tables and even an electric tub. Anti-fatigue mats are in place, disinfection units in place. All the stuff that makes the work not be so backbreaking. And a lot of them said they prefer management with grooming experience and ownership with grooming experience. Most of them don't like working for somebody who's not a groomer telling them how to do their job. And that is very understandable, because most managers and owners that I have seen in my competition, they don't understand the industry, and they ask you to do things that are ridiculous, like blow drying the dog 100% in the tub with a high velocity dryer without towels, so that you don't have to use towels, so you don't need a washer and dryer, and so that you don't need a heated dryer, so that they don't have to pay the added electricity. It's like, what? Like, what? That is the stupidest thing. And there's a couple of local shops that do that. And I'm like, that is just horrendous. Not just for the groomer, but for the dog. That's horrendous. It's like, get some cotton towels or some chamois, get a washing machine, get a table, get a heated dryer, and quit complaining. If you can't afford it, go up on your prices. Like, come on, man. Don't be stupid. Or cage-free completely, like with dogs all running around the groomers, because you want to market cage-free. It's like, ugh. Of course, some groomers prefer cage-free too, but to me, it's an accident waiting to happen. Can you imagine working on this dog, and Tucker the Doodle just decides he wants the table now because he loves being on the table? He'd just be like, whoop, right up here with him. And this dog would be like,
I'm gonna die.
Or you get like that big super wiggly doodle that I did last week, just coming up, hi, sticking his head over here, hi, while you're trimming around a dog's eyeballs. Not smart. Or dogs urinating everywhere, especially the boy dogs, and then your employees are slipping and falling and suing you. Or your clean dogs are getting dirty, or your clean dogs are walking in the hair. Like, can you imagine the full-coated dogs? Like, I'm always trying to brush little clippings off the table so it doesn't get all matted in their hair. And can you imagine them walking around while you've got hair clippings going on the floor? And the Cotons with full coat are picking up like Velcro all the hair all over the floor. Or like, oh my gosh, Brahms. I can't let him walk from the back to the front to go up to see his owner, because he gets his mustache a little drooly, and then he likes to tilt his head down with his nose like this all the way up front, smelling everything, and then by the time he gets to the front, his mustache is gray. Even though I keep my floors clean, we're still working in here, so don't hate me, but he gets his mustache gray because that wet is just mopping the floor all the way up. Like, I could not do cage-free. Could not. But it's not like we have cages either. we have the square footage, so each dog has a nice area. They have a not anti-fatigue, but orthopedic type mattress in their bedding. They have water, they have pee pads. They have the whole 9 yards, so they're comfortable. So his harness is matting his chest. So for his pet parents, be sure to brush under the harness every day, because he's not going to like having the mats brushed out. So right here, you need to keep brushed. Up under the arms and the chest. If you brush it every day, it won't mat. Good boy. He's handling it really well, though. Good boy. And we do have some stainless steel cages, the medium size. We hardly ever use them except if we wash a dog and we get them out of the tub. We put them there while we disinfect the tub and come prepare the table for them. And that's where they sit on the towels to absorb off the water. So it's just for a few minutes. And then I have some clients' dogs who are chronic markers. I mean, like really, really bad, like Pally the Schnauzer. He probably goes with a very strong stud odor urine, I would say 20 times during each 1 to 1.5 hour visit. So he stays in there because it's got a drainage system in there, and he because he goes along the walls, it goes down the wall and underneath. So it keeps everything contained for ease of cleanup. If I gave him one of the bigger areas, I'd have to move the whole thing out and clean under it, and the other one clean under the bed, because he'd go on the side of the bed. You know, it would cause a half a load to a load of laundry, like actually a load of laundry on each visit, because I'd have to clean it before he was washed and after he was washed and potentially in between. So he has to stay in a stainless steel kennel, period. So we have a few dogs that they have to be kenneled. It's like, you're not running around, you're not causing me all that extra laundry, you're not stinking up my whole shop, sorry dude, period. Yeah, we have a whole wall, a whole unit of stainless steel for emergencies. I mean, like, we just have them. It's probably $5,000 worth of kennels. I'm not going to give them away. I sold half of them, but I kept the other half. A lot of dogs don't urinate like that at home when they're marking. They're coming into a dog facility where they know the girls have been, and they've got to leave their P-mail address in case one of those girls want to get a hold of them. They're like, this is how you contact me, girls. They're just advertising their services. Well, you might want to message her.
Yeah.
Maybe I made a mistake. I know we were,
Supposed to be a different day or something.
maybe we were going back and forth in text on the appointments, or maybe she left a message. It might be on my phone here. I'll check here, because she usually texts me on this phone. Nope, nothing here. Oh, he just arrived. Do you have somebody coming in right behind him? I'm seeing if it's in here so I can check my messages to see if it's my fault. This looks like a home number. Hi, how are you? Oh, it says owner. I thought it was Max. Sorry. Yeah, I was just about to text you.
Okay.
I don't know if you watched him.
No, I didn't.
He was the best boy ever.
Oh, really?
You would be
that.
so proud
I'm
of
gonna
him.
watch it when I get home.
And listen, completely quiet,
Yeah.
laying in his bed. He's being set up. He heard you. He was so good.
He is like he is when he's at home. He is really good. The only time he gives me a problem is when I have to take him to the vet. And he's fine when he's here, and he's fine when he's there too. It's just the initial, like all of it.
Well, he doesn't like. I could see him getting a little more anxious at the vet because they hold tighter.
Yeah, it's like.
And so he doesn't like that being held thing.
Yeah, and he tears me up. I have concealer all over my arms. He just got me this time. He tears me up.
Yeah. He's a funny guy.
He's just a very intense little dog.
He is. And part of that's a schnauzer. But he's a really cool little dog. He's very smart.
Oh yeah, he's super smart.
We're coming, Ace. Yeah, here's his daddy.
Slow down, Ace. Hold on.
Okay. Well, you can return the call and try to get them on your side.
Huh?
You said they're looking for an appointment.
For employment.
Oh, employment.
Yes.
Oh.
There's a guy and he left a very fast talking message looking for employment for grooming. So
Fast talking, huh?
yeah.
Okay. I'll think about that. I'll listen to it later. I'm not so sure about them fast talking guys. Nope, we're not mobile. So she must have been at home waiting for a mobile groomer to pull up. All right, back to it. Let's do it. See if I can get my camera back up. I had to take my phone offline. There it is. What on earth? What is my camera doing? That's weird. Try this. I unplugged it and turned it off. It's weird. What is it doing? Let me try restarting my phone. I'm sorry, guys. I'll put you back in the kennel. You're going in the kennel. There you go. restart it, and while we're talking, let's go to Groomer's Harness. We've had trouble with the Groomer's Harness website. Ever since they flipped to AI, it's been weird. So let me see if we can go there and see what's happening over there. So the website is groomingsafer.com. The Groomer's Harness website should be forwarding to Grooming Safer. So that appears to be working. I don't know why the picture's not showing up for the extenders. I need to work on that. So we'll bring you guys up on this. So this is the Grooming Safer website. And if you click on Groomer's Harness, it takes you there. Then you can add it to your cart. See if it's working. That worked. But if I go back, I don't know why the extender's picture is not showing up. It should be. So I'll have to fix that. But anyway, it appears to be working on my end. It was, and now it stopped. Well, that stinks. What the heck? Try it again. Add to cart. And go up here and look in the cart. Now it's there. Continue shopping. Add this to the cart. Look at the cart again. Yeah, it's working now. Remove it. Remove it. Update cart. Alright. That seems to be working here. Now let's get my phone back up. See if my camera will work this time. No, it's not working. What the heck happened to my camera? Frig. Sorry guys, I'm gonna put you back in the kennel. That's so weird. It's always something. Like, I got work to do. I don't have time to play with this. So it's not showing that way here, just there. Don't mind me while I'm talking to myself. Let's try this. Aha. Fixed it. That was weird. Okay. Back to work. It's always something. Let's see, for cat. At lunch, after, oh, hey cat, Your next one up is Zella. Feel her very good for mats, and it's hard to feel them because she's got that really soft coat that you don't see it until it's wet, and then you're like, oh no, kind of hair. He said the top of her head and here is the only place on her you'll find mats. But be very, very, very clear.
Is that the one that was in the suit?
Be very clear as to what they can expect, because if it's the felt, and he said he's been giving her quick baths.
Okay. Yeah.
So if it's got to be shaved, be sure they understand,
Okay.
because,
Yeah.
and she's kind of wild. But they insisted it's not bad at all. That's why you need to be extra clear, because if they don't believe it exists, that creates its own level of fun. When I used to run into the technical issues with this stuff, I'd like freak out, like, ah. And now it's like, okay, stay calm. Just give it a second. Figure it out. I used to think I had to shut down the whole stream in order to get things back. And it was such a pain. And now it's like, okay, I don't have to shut down the whole stream. I can just work it out. I want to get 2 more cameras, one for by the second tub, so that if I have a multiple dog family and I got to put one dog to soak and I got to wash the other dog, I can flip you right over there. And then I also want one for a different angle on my table. So if I want to give you like a side view from behind me, or a face shot when I'm trimming the face, I can just flip it to the other camera. But these cameras don't have good light on them though. They've come out funky in here, so I'm not sure that'll work. But I can try. So I need 2 more. I might try a different brand for the face view one, see if I can get a better quality one for that application. All right, we're ready for Fredo. He's already washed and dried and he's had his nails done. Come on, Fredo. It's your turn. It's your turn, Fredos. Fredo is the bestest boy. I saw no Cotons at the show, but there was this beautiful little Havanese. And when I was going through the ringside photos this morning from the professional photographer, you can see everybody's photos, not just ours. And that little Havanese beat us both times in the group. And when I saw the movement pictures of her, like I was watching her, but I didn't see it as clearly as I did, because I was competing against her, as I did when I saw the photos. That little Havanese had some striking movement. Really, really pretty. So we did see 2 Havanese, no Cotons, 0. And that pointer I fell in love with, I was looking at his movement pictures. That dog is drop dead gorgeous. Not a German short-haired pointer, not a pointer. All right, good boy. I would take the German short-haired pointer home with me. That's how much I liked him. Fabulous dog. All right.
Good boy. This way. Good boy. Good. Stand. Good boy. Turn. Good boy. Good dog. Good boy.
Well, it doesn't look like Dee Dee's coming out to play. I wonder why. Dee Dee, come out to play. Y'all are probably saying, what are you talking about? Maybe Dee Dee doesn't want us to have fun at her expense. So if this dog's coat were allowed to grow out, it would look just like Levi's. Very poofy. He's got really, really thick hair. Or probably more like Brahms. I was so proud of how good Ace did today. That was so awesome. All right, Bubba. Let's go make him a bandana. Well, I had a no-show too. Sasha the poodle should have been here.
She is here. I'm sorry. I thought
Oh, okay.
she is back there.
Okay. I was like, that's so unlike her.
No, yeah, I was back there playing with her while she was smiling. I thought you saw me for her. Sorry.
Doesn't she have the cutest smile?
Yeah.
Sometimes I get in the zone and I don't hear the doorbell or anything. I'm just back here working away. Come here, Bubba.
Such a handsome boy.
We have Rolo May today after Sasha the miniature poodle. And after Rolo May, we have Wolfie, I think. I think this is his mom. Yes, Wolfie is after Rolo. Go check him out.
Yes, your mommy's here.
Off you go. table clean. Ready for the next one. There's nothing harder than when clients are in complete denial over mats. All right, let's get Sasha in the tub. Sasha is not matted. She's in perfect condition.
Come on, Sasha.
You're such a good girl, Sasha.
Miss you. Miss Susie loves you.
This ear looks a little swollen, red, and yeasty. Here you go. So did she survive the surgery suit?
It seems surprisingly not too terrible other than just being woolly. It is a little chunky around the back, but not crazy. It's the only place where there was more like other things were kind of in the bends of her legs.
Yeah. Not too bad.
Yeah.
Better than I thought.
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly, she brushes out good.
That's what I felt like by the time she's bathed and blown out, that most of that's not going to be too troublesome.
Good.
She's not.
He did a good job. I'm impressed, especially with washing her.
Detangling spray. He said his kids have kinky hair and they use the detangling spray and it works.
Or maybe it's like an oily.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I'm proud of your daddy.
What was her previous?
We've only done her twice.
He said he didn't want her shaved, but I'm like, she's not super long to begin with.
It's been 6 weeks. The first time she was really chopped up really bad, and we had to take her a little shorter, but not super short. And it seemed like it was too much for them to, if I remember correctly, to keep up with. So we did like a 3 on the back and then scissored up the legs, medium short. So, and then the rounded head. And I think she was matted up under the ears, which is why I went really short there. She can be kind of wild on the table, but she's trying.
Yeah.
Rolo May. Rolo May. Hi. Come on, baby. Let's go. Get in. Good girl. Yay. Hello. Okay, go ahead. Good. How are you?
Good, good.
You ready?
What do you think on time?
Playing about 2 hours.
2 hours? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll listen up for you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Rolo.
Well, I'm very impressed.
I don't know. I was expecting
Well, the first time I did her, they were struggling with the brushing, and the second time they were making progress but still struggling. But when I heard surgery suit with her coat, I was like, oh no. Yes.
probably lucky that it was not too long.
Well, I think we planned ahead for that too.
Yeah.
That's right. That's why we did. She's coming out. That's why we did her tighter, because I knew that was coming. So, but it seemed to work for him, so I don't know.
Well, at least it's not as disastrous as surgery suit puppies often are.
Yeah. Very good. I'm so impressed. All right, Rolo. Wait till you see Rolo's color. You guys haven't seen her in a while, I don't think. I don't think you saw her last time. Look at her eyebrows. She's got little silver eyebrows now. And the color on her face, you can see the blue really coming through now. Right, Rolo? And then the body's going through its browning stage. But it'll end up totally blue. But it's getting there. It's getting that blue tinge. So cool. But her little eyebrows, they're so cute. All right, Rolo May, you go in here. Good girl. I'll be with you shortly. We gotta disinfect the tub. Or did I already do it? No, I didn't. Rolo's brother, Romeo, is totally blue now. I mean, like steel blue. Come on, you. He's like the color of her eyebrows. So I had offered to a client who was having a problem with their dog doing the same thing as Rolo May did, where the dog was afraid of other dogs and she couldn't take her to like obedience school or anything like that because of the excessive barking, just like Rolo did. I did offer to that client to come in and do exactly what I did with Rolo May for desensitization at no charge, and I haven't heard anything back. I don't know if sometimes people take offense to my free offers, but it's only because I really enjoy the work with the dogs, and it's not my job, it's my hobby when I do stuff like that. And so I don't know, maybe if I charged good for it, maybe it would seem more like a value, but I honestly just really enjoy helping dogs to become better clients and better groomed dogs and, you know, more confident, comfortable dogs. And it really doesn't take hardly anything out of my time or my schedule, not much. So I enjoy it, but I don't know. Those of you who watch me all the time know that 80% of the time it doesn't work out. And I actually look forward to it. It's like, dang, there's so many of them that just don't work out. I mean, you can go pay a couple $1,000s to a trainer for in-house training, or you know, you could have somebody like get the same thing done for free. And every time I tell myself I'm just going to stop offering, but then I see another dog in need and I'm like, let's try it again. But then we have the success stories and it makes you want to push forward, you know. Come on. I guess it's kind of like the photography too. It's like, I don't consider myself a photographer, even though I take professional quality photos. And sometimes I feel like the demand is too high on you, that if you were to charge for the photography, which I could because my photos are great, that then more expectation is laid on you, and then it takes all the fun out of it for me. And it's the same with my training. I'm a very good trainer, but I'm not a professional trainer, and therefore I enjoy doing it. And if too much expectation is laid on me about doing it, then it's going to take my joy away, and then I'm not going to want to do it. So that's why I don't charge for my time when I do those things, because I want to have fun. I work all day with dogs. I want to do that to have fun. Therefore, I don't want the same demands and pressures laid on me that happen with grooming. I still find grooming fun, but it's also my livelihood. It's my job. So I've been changing Sasha's look a little bit. I've been bringing her ears up and making her face more round. And I'm really happy with it. It's giving her a really cute look. I've been slowly easing it in, the transition. So yesterday when I was putting the new ribbons in the trophy case and the medals, I have a place where I put them hanging out of a bigger trophy. And I looked inside that bigger trophy and found a bunch of show ribbons, like the little single ribbons. And I was looking through them, and a lot of them were obedience trial ribbons. And I didn't realize I still had them because I had so much of that stuff. I threw a lot of it out and just kept some. But I didn't realize I still had those. And I'm like, oh, look at that. And there's some I think might be at home because I didn't have anywhere to put them here. I don't think I would have threw them out, but I might have. And those were the group ribbons from Hannah because I just had nowhere to put them. And it's like, why am I still hanging on to this stuff because I don't have anywhere to put it? But I was happy I found all those obedience trial ribbons because a lot of hard work goes into that, as Zane's owner would know. I think that's harder work than showing dogs is. And I was surprised how many first places Ammo got at obedience trials. Like you get your qualifying scores, but then you also get placements in your class. And I was like, I don't remember him getting that many first places, but he did. One of the funniest obedience trials with Ammo, the one that sticks out the most in my brain, was his first time going in for his CD title. And it was the very first time I'd ever taken him in the ring for that. And we're doing our routine and he's heeling off leash. We're going across the ring and all of a sudden he leaves me and goes and runs up to the judge, and he's standing in front of the judge going, hi, on his hind legs, trying to get her to pick him up. And she's trying not to laugh because she's not supposed to laugh at him. And I kept walking in the direction that I was heading, and I wasn't looking at him. I was looking at him out of the side of my eye like, you just blew it, dog. Thanks. And I was continuing on as if he were still with me, and she said, call your dog to heel. And I said, Ammo, heel. And he left her, came right back, got right in line, and we finished up the routine, and he passed his score. And I could not believe it because he completely broke heel and went over there to her. And I'm like, I can't believe we actually passed. But it was because I was continuing on and he came right back, got right back in line, bam, just like that. So we passed. Like, oh my gosh. I don't know how that just happened. But it was funny. I guess that's the whole purpose, is control of your dog. So while he left me, I still had control. She's not coming for you, Sasha. Turn. This way. This way. Somebody doesn't want to get blow dried. Stay, baby. Stay, stay, stay. You're fine. So she and I were having a whole conversation right there. When she was picking her foot up and putting it over my arm, that was a dominance move, not a get off my face move. And my response to her was my hand over her shoulders, which made her put her paw right back down. Not just for balance, but also for communication. Because she doesn't want me holding her head, so she wants to dominate. So every time that foot comes up, my hand goes to her shoulder, and I'm telling her, I'm in control, you're not. And she's like, okay, I'll tolerate it for a minute. So much of the conversation between the groomer and the dog, the trainer and the dog, or the owner and the dog is body language. You don't have to say a word. It's like with Maxwell earlier. When he was jumping up on me, I was turning my head far away. And that was telling him that you get nothing when you're doing this. And then he's like, what do I got to do to get attention? And then he'd think to himself, oh, let me sit. And when he sat, I'd look at him and tell him he's a good boy. And so, you know, he made him think for himself. What do I got to do to get her attention? Because I'm not getting her attention by jumping on her. She's not pushing me back and saying, no, 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 which is all attention. Looking at him, no, stop that. Is you get this, you get nothing. Because all that pushing them back and looking them in the eye and telling them no is giving them attention for what they're doing. Good girl. I like her face so much better, fuller like this. I used to do it a little tighter in the cheeks and tighter on the chin. Since I switched it to this, I just think she's so cute. Good girl. All right, let's go make you a bow. All right, Sasha. What color are we gonna do for Sasha? I think we'll do soft pink. and mint. Then we have a little mint colored flower. To put on it. Perfect. Text her mom. I see those smiles, Sasha. Is that your mom already? She must have been right out in the parking lot. All right, hold on just a minute. pretty girl. Let's get your bow on. Up we go. Come here. That's a good girl.
Say goodbye, everybody.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get her excited. I think she'll get there. So the reason I get so excited over the color on these blue poodles is because I owned Kerry Blue Terriers. And Kerry Blue Terriers, hence the name, have to be blue. They're born black and they have to change color to like if you're going to show them, they can't be shown if they're too dark. And my first one barely changed color. He stayed in black most of his life, and he got like a little tiny bit of blue on his back legs, on the back of his hocks. And, you know, so it was disappointing because my Kerry Blue Terrier was black. And people were always asking me, is he a Schnauzer? And I'm like, no, he's a Kerry Blue Terrier, but he's not blue. So when I got my second one, she had a really thick coat. And the thicker the coat, the longer they take to turn colors. So usually about 3 years old, which is what I was telling Rolo and Romeo's owners, is Romeo has a thinner coat, so he broke his color earlier. And Rolo had a really thick coat, so she was going to take longer to change. And Hannah, my Kerry Blue, she didn't change colors till she turned 3 years old. So we had to wait till then to show her. But when she did, it's like her color changed overnight. It's like, I don't know how she did it. It's not like you grew it out. Like it started to change at skin level and it had to grow. It just like changed. Bam, I'm blue. So I get really, I've always loved blue poodles. I just found the color to be fabulous. But because of my love for Kerry Blue Terriers, I also just love the color itself in a dog. So that's why I'm always talking about it with these two, because with Romeo and Rolo, because I love the color, and I think it's fun to share because a lot of people don't understand the color. So let's go grab her and get her started. Come on, honey. I know, I love you too. I do, I love you. I know. There's a good poodle. He is, he's a good poodle. Yes, he is, he's a good poodle. Good girl. Do you mind, Rolo May? I'm trying to trim your feet. Enough with the kissing. I love you too. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Yes. Good girl. Very. Good girl. Good. That's good. Yes. Good girl. Very. All right, we got to get you off the table. Come on. Wiggle worm. That type of training could take all day. And I don't have all day. Let's go ahead and make her bows before we wash her and finish her. That way I can put them straight on the table. What color shall we make for you today, Rolo May? I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do. Do-da, do-da. We're gonna do a double loop all the do-da day. Don't like it. Start over. We're gonna do it this way. Still looking for the lost bow. It's got to be here. How could we just lose a bow? My hands are so rough it's messing up the ribbon. It's what happens when you work with your hands. Too bad I didn't think of it today. I could have done a bandana on Rolo. I'll do it next time because I have this bandana material put up for a poodle. Let's see, is it right here? There it is. Next time she comes in. The poodle's even in a Miami trim. And then we'll do a little blue bow with it, or turquoise. Y'all remind me in case I forget, because I keep forgetting I have that. All right. There's her ear bows, all sparkly. Put them in there so they don't get lost. Now we'll get her to the tub. Come on, Rolo. Good girl. Somebody's being really well behaved in there. It's my good girl. Love this dog's eyes. She has my favorite eyes of all the poodles that I work on, including my own. Just beautiful eyes.
Yes, just beautiful.
I'm going to soap her up twice. I think she's been out playing, haven't you? You been having a good time? aside from the medicated shampoos, most dog shampoos do lather up nicely. If you don't feel like it's lathering as good as it should, that usually just means you have to soap the dog up a second time. To get them clean. Good girl. It's all right. You're my baby girl. You know Miss Suzanne loves you. Yes, you do. You're one of my favorite doggies in the whole world. Mm-hmm. You are. A sweet poodle.
Good girl. Up we go.
I just caught that in my camera, patiently waiting for the comb. She's sweet though, isn't she? She's just so full of herself. Just gotta wait it out.
Turn, turn. Turn, turn. Good girl. You're fine. Stay. Is there another dog? Is there another dog? Oh no. Oh no, there's another dog.
This haircut is called a Miami trim, also known as a clown trim. I like the Miami better, or a bikini trim is another name. When I was growing up, my mom's grooming shop always called it a bikini. But I think it's more commonly known as the Miami.
Stop. Good girl. Nope. 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 Good girl. Uh-uh. Good girl. Don't worry about what I'm doing with your tail. Good girl. Good. It's okay. It was just a bang. I forgot you don't like bangs. No, you don't like bangs. It scares you. Bangs scare the poodle. Goofy girl. Did that last time. I banged the comb on my table and she started shaking. It's like, seriously? It's just a noise. Just a noise, Rolo May. Come on. Stay. You're all pretty. There's beautiful Miss Rolo May with her pretty bows. So in the back, you'll see Zella groomed by Cat, Wolfie, and Rolo. Hi, Wolfies. Hi. How you doing? Huh? You will go get handsome? Come on. Come on. You go get handsome. Come on. Oh, poor Wolfie. Are those noisy girls? You want to see her? See Rolo? You see that one? They're fine. Poor Wolfie. Where are you going? Come back here. It's my good boy. I know it's all right. It's all right. See? It's just fine. Such a sensitive puppy. She's a sensitive puppy. Good boy. You're fine. I'm not hurting you. Come back here. You're absolutely fine. You know Miss Suzanne loves you. Yes, you do. You know you Miss Suzanne loves you. He's such a sweet, gentle boy. Yeah. He's such a sweet, gentle boy. Good boy. All right, let's go take a bath. Say hi, everybody's.
Doesn't he have the cutest face? I love his little face. That's Claire de Lune that you hear crying. She's a cutie. Cat's working on her. Well, not right now. Cat's handling a client, and that's why she's crying. Because she doesn't want to be left alone. It's all right, Claire de Lune. You want to say hi to YouTube? Come here, Claire de Lune.
You want to go see peoples? Come here.
She's not finished yet, so don't judge. But here's Claire de Lune. Oh, we're in the wrong room. Hold on. We'll go in the other room. There's Claire de Lune.
Say hi, everybody. I'm the one crying. Yay, they're crying. Oh, I got kisses.
Now you finally met Claire de Lune. Calm down, Rolo May. Your people will be here soon. What is that noise? I gotta change my microphone soon before they die. So if you get sudden silence, you'll know why. If I remember correctly, Wolfie is 4 years old now. That doesn't even seem possible, does it? It's been that long since you guys watched him as a baby. When they told me that, I was like, there's no way.
You're all right. All right, Rolo, your dad's here. Here you go. You wait there. I'll be right back.
to switch my mics real quick. Before I finish him. All right, we're up and running. Are you all happy now, wagging your tail, Wolfie? As usual. He's down there kicking his feet, wagging his tail. Then I'll put him back on the table and he'll be like, woe is me. He kicks his feet just like Gidget does when she's all happy. Silly guy. All right, come on. Are you all happy now? Now that the bath and nails are over? We still have the worst part. He hates getting the front of his face trimmed. With a passion. Don't you? Oh, you know what? I have cookies. I have cookies, Wolfie. Look what I have. Yeah. Look what I have, Wolfie. Look. Look. Wolfie, want cookies? Look. No? No cookies? Oh. There went cotton. Look. No? Okay, fine. No cookies for you. No? Okay. No cookies for you. I should plug your ear again. Just for the scissor noise. The bath woke you up, didn't it? Come here. I know. There you go. Silly boy.
You sneaking in kisses? Seriously? Are you? You're just sneaking in kisses to Miss Suzanne. Thank you. It's very nice. Good boy. Good boy. Stay right there. You're just fine. It's not your people you hear up there. That's somebody else. It's somebody else. It's not for you. But while you're distracted, I think I'll go ahead and trim your mustache. He says, I'm not that distracted, lady. Good boy. You're all right, buddy. Good boy. You're fine. Good. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. You're fine. Good boy. You're absolutely fine. Nobody's hurting you. Good boy. See? Nobody hurt the puppy. I know, it's hard. Him doesn't like it, I know. But I gotta do it. I know. It doesn't hurt you. It doesn't hurt you, Bubba. Good. See? Good boy. That's it. You're fine. He says, if I roll over and play dead, will you stop? Last night when I got home from work, my husband put on funny animal videos while I ate dinner. There were some cute ones too. You want a cookie yet? Look what I got. Look. We got cookies. No? They probably like some kind of diet cookies, aren't they? The vet probably said this is all you can eat. Huh. Is that what he said? It's just not like the cheese, is it? Am I the cheese lady? He's like, cheese, please. I can't give him cheese. It upsets his stomach. But he loves his cheese. I used to be the cheese lady. Now I'm not the cheese lady anymore. I'm the diet cookie lady. No wonder you don't like me anymore. I'm the diet cookie lady. Come on. Stop. Stop it. Wolfie. Come here. Good boy. Do, 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 do.
All right, next up will be Cardi and Grizzly. I don't think you guys have met Cardi and Grizzly yet. This will be their third time here. Cute dogs. He is a cutie. And he's stubborn in typical Yorkie fashion. Typical Yorkie fashion. Isn't that right, my man? Yeah. Stubborn Yorkies. You're fine. Get a grip, my man. I see a hair out of place. It's right there. Can't have a hair out of place. It's all right. You're gonna live. I promise. He's like, no, I'm not. I'm not gonna live through this. I'm gonna die. Upside down. Can make Miss Suzanne make a mistake? All right, fine. Keep it. You're done. Say goodbye, Wolfie. it's terrible, isn't it? Absolutely terrible. In you go. Bye. He's a whole different dog after he gets done, isn't he? And he usually has to go potty as soon as he gets finished, so I have to keep an eye on him, make sure he doesn't step in it. So as you can see, even though they don't always like what we do to them, and even though they act super silly and all upset when we're doing certain things with them, you can see they're fine. It's just their pattern of behavior, you know? And as long as we know that, we can proceed and know we're not hurting the dog, and we know we're not like stressing the dog out. It's just what he does. so this little guy, I had noticed right after his dad left that he's really red in here. He's got some live fleas. He wanted a like scent-free shampoo, but we're gonna have to use a flea shampoo instead. I don't want to cut him down till after I use the flea shampoo, even though he gets cut short. So I'm gonna go ahead and put both dogs to soak in a flea shampoo, pull apart their run, and then get that in the washing machine. Then I'll rinse both of them, then we'll trim them. So let's go to the tub. right, little brother. Come on. It's your turn. If he's got critters, you've got critters. You're not supposed to bring your pets to the grooming shop with you. You're supposed to leave them at home. These are the last 2 dogs of the day. Last time I looked, my first dog comes in at 8 a.m. tomorrow, but that's always subject to change. Tomorrow's Wednesday, so it's a Bo and Mia day. I don't know who else I have scheduled. So both these dogs are really red in their back end. Like all in through here. When I clip them, that's going to be exposed. But it's pre-existing prior to the clipping and bathing. All right, off you go. All right, they're going to have to soak for 10 minutes. So we need till, it's already been a few, so I'll say 5 o'clock straight up. I'll go ahead and rinse them. So while I'm waiting on them, I'll go ahead and do a little bit of cleaning. Get ready for tomorrow. You're all right, boys. Should be almost time to rinse them. Just finish picking up the water dishes and then we'll rinse them. So many chores, so little time. All right. You're first. Come on. Hopefully all your critters are dead. Did we get them all? That's a good boy.
All right. All right, you. Come on. That's a good boy.
I just realized I forgot to put you guys on the tub while I was washing them. Sorry. Oh well. You win some, you lose some. All right. Here's your brother. I just got into what I was doing and forgot about you guys. That wasn't very nice, was it? All right, come on. Let's go. Poor puppies. So some dogs have some pretty strong evasion techniques with their nails. Many times you just gotta hang with them till you get it done. Yes, you do. It's okay. And as long as you know you're not hurting him, you can see his harness sits way below his trachea, follows along his shoulder line, with the pressure being on the strongest part of the back, right behind the shoulder blades. The anchor was even pulling the harness further down so that there was nothing on his throat, nothing to hurt him. So he could have his little meltdown and use every evasion technique in the book. He couldn't gator roll. He would have if he could have, but he couldn't. And you'd notice when I was doing this leg, he was dropping his head so far over and pressing it on the actual foot to keep me off of it that I actually dropped the foot below the table and used my head to block. Now, I didn't ever think he would bite me. So using your head's not, well, you should always use your head, but you know what I mean. Using your face to block them is not always the smartest thing to do, but I was using my head to block his head, and then having his foot just below the line of the table, he could not throw his head over where the Dremel was going. So it interrupted that evasion technique that works so well for him. Now, a lot of people will say, oh, well, that behavior just shows how much he doesn't like it. Yeah, so he still has to get his nails done. I'm not asking him if he likes it or not. Obviously, he doesn't, but it still has to be done, so that's my job. And as long as I'm not hurting him or traumatizing him, he's fine. And he's got every evasion technique known to dog. He was rearing, he was throwing himself down, he was throwing his hand over, he was kicking, he was trying to gator roll, but he couldn't. So he was pulling out all the stops. And I blocked him at every move. And then he's like, fine. Well, he wasn't fine, but he didn't say fine. He says, uncle, is what he said. One thing to remember, can't, never could. We'll probably go through it all again when I go to clip his pads. We'll see. He's actually a really good dog. He just doesn't like his nails done. Good boy. He's over here contemplating life right now. Aren't you? You're fine.
You're fine. He's a good boy. It's all right.
Let's try those feet. You gonna be good on your feet? He says, what do you think, lady? Hmm? Is that what you're saying? All right, let's do it. Good boy, good. Good boy. Good boy. So he started, but he didn't follow through. That was real good. You notice he started to throw his head over and rear up, and then he stopped himself and he pulled his head back away. And he set his feet back down. That's real good. Good boy. That's a good boy. See, you're just fine. Nobody's hurting the puppy. Good boy. That's a good boy. And he's looking away. That's good.
Very good, puppy. Yeah, see? That was nice. That was very nice. Yes, it was. Yeah, that was very nice. See? You did it. You did. You did it. You was a good boy. Yeah, see? Miss Suzanne took good care of you. I didn't hurt you. No, I didn't get mad at you. I didn't yell at you. I didn't yank on you. No. I just didn't let you do your stuff. That's all. Yeah, I just didn't let you. All right, here we go. Good.
Remember that thing I told you when you watch certain things where you think a dog, or even dogs who do get hurt during grooming. So this is a really good example. So there was this poodle, a 12-year-old poodle that died during a nail trim at a PetSmart, and there's a lawsuit going on with it. And in the video that they gained from the work area, they noticed that the dog had a neck loop on, and the video makes it look like the dog was strung up with his front feet off the ground. Most dogs who fuss about this stuff will pick up their opposite leg and they'll throw their legs backwards and hang by their neck while you're doing their nails or their feet. It doesn't mean that they're strung up off the ground. It means that in their evasion technique, they rear up and throw their legs back and use their head. And their head, if it's on a neck loop, is okay, so that happens. That's a common evasion technique. The problem is the neck loop. Or if you have them on one of those that hold on the neck loop and then tie to the pole. If they've got both, you know, that's for head control, which is fine. But if they've got both front feet thrown backwards, as you are trying to work on the one foot and they bring the other foot up, see if he does it, because that's one of his evasion techniques. He's not going to do it now because I'm talking about it. But if they do that, then they're throwing all the weight onto their throat. And that's what makes it look like that. So there goes his foot up. I'm not holding him up that far. He's not going to do it now. But you'll see dogs do that when they're on my table. And because they're wearing the harness, they're not on their throat as far as this goes. And a lot of times when they rear, we follow them up. So if they're rearing up and we're doing their toenails and they go up, then we stay with the toenail when we're going up, and then they're throwing their other leg back, and then still they're on their throat. So, you know, that's how those injuries happen. You may wonder, how does that even happen? You know, I've heard of a number of dogs dying during a nail trim because they're choking. And, you know, it's easy to see how that can happen, but it should never happen, because you should be watching your dog. And if you can't get it done without, you know, pressure on the throat, then you need to find another way. You know what I'm saying? And that's actually where the anchor portion, where I use the adjuster and hook it to a D-ring on my table, that's where that idea came from. So when I first designed the harness, it was designed for a 19-year-old dog who kept falling over during the groom, and I needed something to stabilize her to keep her from falling down. But at the same time period, I also was grooming a whole family of Maltese. So sometimes I talk about the Maltese breeders that I used to do the dogs for. One's passed away, one quit breeding, and one moved out of the area. There goes that other foot. So see that foot going up? He's pulling one foot up while I'm doing the other. And see how it's tucking back? If this were on his neck, even though I'm doing this, if that were on his neck, then he would be pulling on his neck. See how he's lifted up and then threw down without his other foot bracing himself? I'm not holding that other foot. He's doing that. So anyway, those Maltese all had, a bunch of them had the same grandfather, which was a dog that won Best in Show at Westminster. And this dog consistently produced puppies that hated to have their nails done. It was a behavior trait to the bloodline. And I'm not kidding. They were bad. Like, they were good for everything else, but these dogs were bad for their toenails. Every single one of them. So, at the same time that I was designing the harness, I was working on one of those dogs who had that behavior pattern. She would rear up and throw herself down and keep both feet back and all that stuff. And so that's where the D-rings on the front of the harness came from. That's when I added these. So I initially designed the harness, and then I'm like, if I have something that I could hook on the front of the dog and hold it down so it's not rearing up, it's not going to injure itself. So that's where that came from. The one little dog in question, man, was she bad. That made me think of that. I'm like, I need something to hold this little sucker down. And the first time I tried it on her, She did not know what to think. She was like, wait a minute. I'm not able to do what I normally do. What's happening? And I'm over here like, hee 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 hee. I was snickering the whole time. So this pet parent likes very long bangs hanging down over both dogs' eyes. Kind of like a little sheepdog look. I kind of like to come up under and clear some out. That way he can still see. And it's funny how some of those traits are genetic. They really are. My mom had a stud dog, Poodle, named Champion Ounce a Bounce Shogun. Shogun was a beautiful, beautiful toy poodle. And a lot of people like to breed to him. And we had several puppies that we kept out of him. And my mother did. I say we because I worked at the kennel at that time. And a trait that they had was pooping in their water dish. I mean, it was a thing. Puppy after puppy after puppy after puppy used their water dish like a toilet. And somebody who bought a puppy as an 8-week-old puppy came back a year later and they said, "You wouldn't believe what this dog does." And I said, "Let me guess, he poops in his water dish." "How did you know?" I'm like, I know. Every single one of them. And you wouldn't think that that's a genetic trait, but he never was exposed to his puppies. You don't have the male dog in the whelping box, you know. He did not get exposed to his puppies. So how is it that they all did that? It's like crazy. There was another stud dog she imported from England who produced biting puppies. We thought we could breed it out. First generation, the puppies were biters. And we're like, okay, well, let's keep a couple pretty females and breed down another generation. Bred down another generation, they were snappy. Bred down another generation, they were snappy. It's like, and when Snappy Susie was still snappy, the little silver poodle that I groom now, I had her bring me a pedigree because I was sure that this dog, 20, 30, 35, 40 years later, would still be in that pedigree. So I had her bring me a pedigree. Is this one of them? Seriously. I really did. The very first dog show that I ever showed a dog in was one of those silver poodles. The first generation. And he bit the judge. I was so embarrassed. Little cute silver toy poodle, looked just like Susie. Bit the judge.
Crazy. You're fine.
Just thinning this so it still hangs over the eyes, but just a little bit lighter in hair. Try to keep that natural look, which is what I think they're looking for. Do you hear your brother?
He's having a fit.
Right. See that front leg tuck under? It's a very common thing for an evasion technique, resistance. In my opinion, when a dog has really strong evasion techniques and they're wearing a neck loop, in my opinion, the way that they struggle puts pressure on the throat, which makes their breathing more difficult, which makes them start fighting like they're dying because they're not breathing good. and they feel like they are being injured. Therefore, the fighting gets harder, like they're fighting for their life. And yeah, they do fight. They fight hard sometimes, right? But they're not fighting for their life. And even if you're not hurting them, and even if you're giving them breaks in between, and even if you're trying your best to keep that from having pressure on their throat, the fact is when they start fighting, gator rolling, or, pushing or rearing or, throwing themselves down, if there's a neck loop on them, there's gonna be stuff on their throat. It's just, and you can imagine putting something around your throat and then pushing and pulling and whipping, you're gonna feel it on your throat. You're gonna feel it in the amount of air that you're getting. And if it's something that's got to be done, like nails, it's got to be done. I used to have this one client. They weren't a grooming client because they didn't trust groomers. And they didn't trust vets. And they were a little off balance, I'll admit. I actually felt guilty selling them stuff because I knew that they were off balance. What I mean is kind of like a hoarding mentality. So they would bring in this dog that they absolutely loved. And I used to have a lot of dresses, not just the little bit I have now, but a lot of dog dresses and at my old location. And they would bring the dog in so that she could pick her own dress. And every time they got a little bit of money, they would come with their old beat up pickup truck with a trailer that was piled mile high with junk. And they would have this little dog who was wearing a dress pick out a new dress. And they were like constantly spending a lot of money on dresses for the dog every week. They'd come drop $50 or $100 on dresses. And this dog could not shut her mouth because there was so much funk on her teeth that it was pushing her lips out, and you could see she couldn't shut her mouth. Literally. Tartar, like that thick, all across both top and bottom teeth. It was disgusting. And her nails were like this long. And she's walking with her feet like this and buying her dresses. And it was to the point where I wanted to throw away all the dresses, and I actually did, but it was for a different reason. But I wanted to throw away all the dresses because I didn't want to see that dog abused like that. And I didn't want her coming in abused like that because I felt like I don't know. I just, it's hard to watch sometimes, right? So one time I offered to do her nails, and when I offered to do her nails, they were extremely hesitant, but I built up a relationship with these people over a bit of time, and they were in tears. I got 2 toenails done, and the dog didn't want it done. She wasn't used to it, and the table was right in view of the waiting room. And I could see them red-faced and tearing up. And they're like, stop, 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 as soon as she made a noise. And so I got like 2 toenails done, had to send her back with them. And then I never saw them again after that. The reason why I stopped selling dresses, though, is everybody in our center over there was getting, these young people were coming in like 4 in a car. And they were giving counterfeit money. And they had actually come into the shop and were buying one thing, paying with a counterfeit 20, leaving. And then another one would get out of the car, come in and buy something, give a counterfeit 20 and leave. And when you're working in a situation like that, you really don't want to confront them. So then what I did was I got rid of all my retail and I put a locking door system, so I had to buzz everybody in. So, yeah. It's like, okay, if I have retail, I can't refuse them coming in because I only wanted to take whoever had an appointment. So, yeah, I dumped all the retail. Goodbye. Because I was a little nervous of them people. They didn't look safe. And they'd hit everybody, not just us. All right, you. Let's put you in here. Yeah, that poor dog's mouth was the most disgusting thing that you ever saw. You can't be so afraid that something's going to happen to your dog that you can't take care of it. But that's more than just a being worried pet parent thing. That's more of a mental health issue. But I still, you know, don't want to be a part of, you know, the hardship on the animal. I don't want to witness it if there's nothing I can do to help it. I actually was watching a YouTube video last night just on a CPS case, Child Protective Services, where they went to this home and there was this little girl there about 7 years old, and they wanted to check on the girl. And when the girl came outside, this poor child could not stop itching her whole body. I mean, she just was perpetually itching. And these people had tons of dogs. Like, you could hear about 10, 15 dogs in the house barking. And, you know, it's the same sort of situation. Turned out the parents were hoarders, and they couldn't really get inside the house because there was so much junk, but they shined the flashlight in, and there were just cockroaches running everywhere, on the ceiling, on the walls, and this child was living in there. So it's not just dogs, it's kids too, you know, in those situations. And it's really sad to witness. Really sad. But there's more chance of helping the kids than there are the dogs in those situations, that's for sure. And a lot of hoarders end up with dogs, don't they? There's a lot of hoarding situation. There's always dogs. If you ever watch like those hoarder shows or whatever, always pets in there, right? Multiple pets. I used to have one client. She always brought her dogs in for grooming. you know, for years, and everything was like normal. And she continued on getting the dog groomed that she had at the time, and everything was normal, but the dog started coming in smelling strong of cat pee. Turned out she had brought in 2 kittens, and the kittens, she didn't have them spayed and neutered, and they were feral in her house, so she couldn't even catch them. And they reproduced, and then those reproduced, and then those reproduced in her house. And I think when she finally got help, she had over 70 cats in her house, feral. I'm like, oh my gosh. Well, some of them were feral. She couldn't even catch them. I'm like, that's crazy. How do you even let it get there? Like, I mean, I guess it can happen pretty fast if they're all multiplying, but yeah, that was crazy. And she finally ended up having to get trappers to come in and trap them. Crazy stories from years of dog grooming. I've got lots of stories. All right, let's get the next one started. The last one. And you know, sometimes, and this'll come across wrong, and I know a lot of groomers don't agree with me on this, but when you're dealing with the mental health issue and the pet care issue, you know, you notice I have a lot of really well cared for clients. It's because I have standards of care that I try to uphold, not just for myself and how I care for the dogs here, but what I expect from the pet parents. And when it comes to certain situations, you know, there's some issues that, you know, in here are borderline, you know, things that we don't like Susie the cockapoo with her eyes and the crust. That I don't like that. I feel like I'm being forced to do something that I disagree with every time I have to clean that dog's eyes because they're not being cared for. Stuff like that. But anything past things like that, it doesn't matter to me what the reasoning is as far as why the dog is being abused. There's a lot of dogs out there that are. They're neglected, they're abused, their coats are a matted mess, they're just disgusting. And a lot of groomers feel like they'll say, like, this dog comes in like this year after year after year after year, but they're helping the animal. And somebody's got to help the animal. I can't stomach, and I've done it for years. I've done all that. I've been doing this for over 45 years professionally as an individual, and I've been in grooming shops since I was 3, so that's 59 years consistently. And so, like, almost every day of my life. And so I've seen everything, and I've done everything. And I feel like I'm aiding and abetting the abuse when I have that client bring that once-a-year dog into me, matted solid. I've groomed dogs with maggots, literal maggots. Sorry if it's dinner time. But, you know, back in the 70s, 80s, you know, dogs would come in. My mother would take anything. It did not matter what it was. And I've literally groomed dogs with maggots. So, I feel like I'm aiding and abetting the abuse when I consistently allow the same client over and over and over again, regardless of what their personal issue is. I don't want to do it, you know. And there's over 70 shops in our county, and a lot of them are cheaper than me. Some of the cheaper ones are right across the street. So, you know, here you go. Go over there. It's cheaper, they'll do it, you know. And I better get my last dog done because he's here and quit talking. But anyway, I just don't. That's why we have a lot of well cared for dogs, is because we have standards of care. And I'm sticking to that. Yeah, when it hurts your heart every time you handle them, every time you look in their mouth, you know, it's just sad. There was this one dog I did for years. It was a black poodle, and he belonged to a police officer. And this black poodle had teeth that were so bad that it got to the point where I would just lift up his lip from a distance just to see if maybe he had finally had something done. And year after year after year, nothing got done. And at one point he got cancer, and they were going to operate on him to get rid of the cancer, and every tooth in his head, I would swear, needed to be pulled. And I was like jumping up and down inside because I'm like, he's finally going to get his teeth done. He's going under anesthesia. There's no way the vet's going to do this and not do that. Sure enough, the vet did this and didn't do that. And it was so bad that you could literally see jawbone. I'm not exaggerating. You could see the bone. That's how bad it was. And he belonged to a cop. Who am I supposed to call? Very frustrating. And I'll tell you something else. There was a point where I laid down the law with a couple of clients. 3. Very regular clients whose dog's teeth were so bad that I couldn't take it. I couldn't stomach it. It hurt my heart to look in their mouth. All 3 dogs, I laid down the law. Get something done. These dogs were all dogs who could be put under anesthesia. They were all dogs whose owners were just too afraid to do it or didn't want to pay to do it, whichever. But they were all 3 dogs. It wasn't like senior dogs that can't have it done anymore. All 3 clients, when I laid down the law, either get the teeth done or I won't do your dogs, they all left. They went somewhere else. Fine, goodbye. And one came back, even though the other dog was still alive, with a different dog, and still wouldn't bring me the dog that I said I wouldn't do because her teeth were so bad. They were still taking her somewhere else, and they admitted they never got her teeth done, and it was 2 years later. Not joking. If I told you who the dog was that's their other dog, you wouldn't believe it. I understand that dental care is expensive for dogs, extremely expensive. I get that. But first off, the condition that I saw those particular dogs in was horrendous. Nobody who cares about their animal, nobody should let their dog live with that kind of obvious pain in their mouth. You just should not do that. And if you can't afford it to take care of the dog, I mean, seriously, do a GoFundMe. You know, talk to your family and friends, get care credit. And if none of that works, set up a payment plan with the, find, like here in the Tampa Bay area, we have a couple of options. There used to be the Animal Coalition of Tampa, but a dog died in their care. I don't know if they still exist. A dog died under anesthesia, and the pet parent came back and burned down this facility that did amazing work, really inexpensive. I haven't heard about them in years. I don't know that they ever recovered from that. But there's also another one called Planned Pethood. And Planned Pethood, if your dog is spayed and neutered, they do dirt cheap dentals. And so there's places, there's ways, if it really means enough to you, you're gonna find a way, right? And I actually thought about taking up donations to help in that sort of thing years ago. But my good sense got a hold of me, because if I were to pay for it on some of those situations, and if something were to happen to that dog under anesthesia, it would be my fault. So my good sense got a hold of me, and I'm like, I'm staying out of that. Especially since their health was already compromised by the severity of the infection in their mouths. It's like, yeah, let me just stay out of that. But I'm telling you, it hurts your heart. It really does when you see things. And I must say right now, my clients, I've been so proud of them. Have you guys noticed how much, you've been watching me brush everybody's teeth? Have you noticed how many dogs have amazing teeth right now? I'm like, holy cow. And I think part of that is the anesthesia-free dentals. There's like 3 or 4 companies here in the Tampa Bay area that are doing anesthesia-free, and people are using them. Now, you can't use that when your dog's teeth are in such horrible condition. That's only for dogs who are maintained. But that's a really inexpensive option to maintenance for your dog's teeth. And that should be done twice a year if you do it. Don't put it off. Do it every 6 months. And even doing it twice a year is still half the price of a vet dental. So I strongly recommend that if your dog's mouth is in good shape already. But my client's dog's teeth, they're nice. A little bit of tartar's one thing. Seeing obvious abscesses and bone hanging out is another. And that's one thing good about me brushing the dog's teeth every time they come in at no extra charge. Because I've taken their dental care seriously too. And it gets them used to having their mouth handled all the time. Pet parents should be doing that at home as well. But even if they're not, I'm getting in their mouths like every time they come in. And that makes them better candidates for anesthesia-free dentals, because they're used to having their mouths handled. You're being a good boy. But I tell you what, my opinions are very unpopular in the grooming community. If I posted something like what I just said in a grooming group, I would get ate alive. Like, seriously. People would say, if you're not in it to help the animals, then you have no business doing this sort of work. I disagree. My story, and I'm sticking to it. And just like Child Protective Services would not leave a child in a situation where their parents cannot care for them. You know, I feel the same way with dogs. If people cannot properly care for them, then they should not have the dog. Just like children. Yes, the dog might comfort them and help get them through these things, but not if the dog's being abused. That's not right. And in my opinion, matted hair, like repeated, consistent, neglectful matted hair, is abuse. In my opinion, abscesses in the teeth rotting out of the head, and, you know, just horrific mouths is abuse. That's how I feel. All right, this is the last one of the day. Let me see if anybody... Yes, a Chihuahua pug is called a chug. And a Pekingese Lhasa Apso is called a Picasso. And a Dachshund Yorkie is called a Dorky. So tomorrow morning, at this time, I still don't have a 7 a.m. appointment, so I may not be on till 8 a.m. in the morning, Eastern Standard Time. Unless somebody just happens to fill that appointment overnight. We had 2 no-shows again today. That seems to be the average number. 2 a day. 1 for Cat and 1 for me. So annoying. I'm going to start going through the previous no-shows and setting it up an online booking that they have to prepay for their appointment, non-refundable. With a credit card on file. right, buddy. But leaving the hair in the eyes is so hard for me. I keep wanting to trim it, and it's like, don't do it. Pet parent likes that hair. Leave it there. But it's so hard. It's like, I can't. All right, you. It is kind of cute when it's all brushed back. All right, guys, that's going to do it for tonight. I will see you tomorrow when my first dog arrives. Thank you for watching. Be sure to like this video and subscribe to my channel so that you don't miss my next upload. Also, consider becoming a member to help support the efforts of these all-day live streams. Thanks again for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye.